Digital Services Acts, AI Acts, the way the EU is trying to react, and yet last week I think the Acts, AI Acts, the way the EU is trying to react, and yet last week I think there was the head of Capgemini who's already mumbling and saying the AI Act should maybe be shrugged off because the EU does not have any competitive advantage in terms of trying to rein in people and hold people to account. That's the kind of thing I think we should be thinking about. So we're living in strange times, but times are always strange. Again, one of the things we look at is we're always interested in change. And that's maybe because time becomes of the essence, I think. The older you get, and some of us old people, that we want to get something done within our time frame. So we're very restless in terms of things. Okay. So in times like these, three interconnected things, and whether they're interconnected or not, we've kind of been working on these for quite a while. The first one is looking at the media, whatever that is, because there are some of us who think that this is the media, and very soon it will be some device which I will click, and that will become the media. But there are other people who say that the media is traditional media. So there will be some people who have an expertise in that, I think. So that's really the first bit, okay, media, but also looking at digital citizenship, whatever that means. How we mediate our lives, I think, remains very important. I think the second one is particularly relevant because we're conducting some research at the moment. And there are, as I keep on repeating to everyone, there are 5 different generations in the workplace right now. Okay, the silence, unless you consider Trump to be a silent, those kind of people. So the silence, boomers like me, yeah. Gen X's, millennials, and the Gen Z's entering the workplace. And there are many assumptions that we are making at the moment in terms of how people are going to be reacting when they go into the workplace, whatever the workplace is. It might well be working in a corporate life, it might be working for the commission, or it might be, those people who used to call themselves digital natives and now are calling themselves what? AI influencers, experts. And many assumptions also is something that people like Chris and our colleagues from the National Skills Council are looking at the moment. Because we're conducting some research in Malta, trying to figure out what's happening with those 5 different generations. Again, we have history. I mean, the original idea for holding a summit when Chris and some of my colleagues and Alex and I were in Sweden last year, looking at, collaborating with the Research Institute of Sweden. Because the problems we're going to be talking about are kind of universal. There are also opportunities. The one great thing about doing something in Malta, because we are a small, complicated, but small state, is that if something is happening in Malta, the chances are that they're happening somewhere else. But you can research, you can look at things much more carefully here under a magnifying glass than you can in other larger countries. And Godfrey will take us through that as an expert on a professional small states. Okay. The third theme is the skills that you need to survive or thrive, and we're making those up as we go along at the moment. Whatever those might be. There are some people like me, I'm coming from a new media digital literacy framework. There are some people who are looking at how young humans are trying to survive. And issues related to loneliness and any other extreme are very much mainstream because I am not part of Gen Z. That when I was born, nobody took a picture of me, but we all did when our kids were born. So that's changed us as well. Okay? So there's 3 interconnected themes. Our expectations here are we record everything, because even though we're a small group here, okay, later we go and we listen. And the way we do things normally is we get young people to listen to some of this stuff and use their filters and their interpretations. And it's on the basis of that the Young People's Summit will move forward with whether it's publications or whatever it is that we're doing next. Our expectation is that we're starting a pilot. Young people are not here to make up the numbers. So tomorrow they're going to run their own thing, and we're going to primarily help, assist. I don't know what they're going to do. So Jacques and some of the other people are organizing an unconference at the end of this. We also have an exhibition which is taking place at Nina, with Nina's still downstairs. So Nina also has curated an exhibition at Sparti Creative, which is the art center in front of the Prime Minister's office. You can go and confess your sins there, by the way. So, and it's already happening. So when I went in yesterday, apparently there's a QR code that people can use from outside university And there's some embarrassing, and this is all related to information disorders. But you can also put on a post-it stick, and there's other things happening in that. So tomorrow we will actually start over there at 10 o'clock. But this thing about young people are not making up the numbers. I don't know about you guys, whenever you've done conferences and you have Slido, okay? And I was once on a podium being the only man with 5 women, and there were still people complaining that it was not gender representative. And at one stage people said, it's about time the old people move out of the way and get young people to run this. So we're very conscious of that. And we're going to try our best to have that happen during this. Okay, we have questions? But I'm hoping that we have questions. It's not just that old people have questions. One of the biggest challenges I have as an academic is trying to encourage my students to ask questions. So there's going to be a lot of stuff around how do we trigger people to get over the fear, or maybe the disillusion that even if they ask important questions, they're not getting the right kind of answers. I think that's also important. We need real life stories, and we need real life case studies. As an example, in point, 3 days ago, I ran a podcast with my old friend, Noah Johnson, who's a maths professor. And we were talking about AI and information disorders. And Noah's view was that everybody needs to go back to do a little bit of maths. And I said I was hopeless at maths. But then I remember that in my previous life, I became a chartered accountant because it's amazing what you can do if you want to do something very bad. In my case, it was leaving the country. So his thing was about you need to get out of your comfort zone, understand a bit of maths to understand how the platforms are working their algorithms. But he also then said, we need your work, Alex, of stories and case studies to be able to get people in the same kind of mindset in terms of what needs to happen. Okay? So we still need the real life stories, and that's what I'm hoping the experts we have are going to come in and discuss. It needs to be relatable, even if we're coming from different contexts. Oops, I don't know where this one's gone to. Okay. Oh yeah, and the important thing is that we need to find some actionable answers. Because timeline is important, especially for old people like me. I'm not particularly interested in something you can do in 5 years' time, and anybody who's arrogant enough to try and foresee what's going to happen in 5 years' time, I think is delusional. What can we all do collectively with whatever hats that we wear to get something done, I think is important. It's very much in line with what we do at the 3CO. And the last thing is this is just a start. And I don't know where the start is, or where it's going to go. It could well be that we may do one of these things in a larger format next year, maybe when it's sunnier. It is never a problem, I can promise you, to get people to come to Malta, because people still think it's Club Med. Okay? So it's, normally with the conferences we've had about 200 people, very easy. Okay? You just need a budget for it. This one, we need to test the water in terms of these uncomfortable subjects or great opportunities that there may be at our doorstep. So think of this as a start. I think that's it. That's what I have in terms of the beginning. Okay? So I think officially we can start. There is the agenda that you can look at. If you have questions and you're too shy to ask a question or a remark, even if you say this is boring, it's fine. Okay? We have had situations where we had somebody who came, over and was being trolled by somebody who flew from Canada to troll this person. And she was trolling him on Twitter in those days. And we only found out in terms of what was happening on the screen. So we kind of prepared for these kind of things, okay? So there's Slido. You can either, look at slido.com and there's hashtag YPS2025. The agenda is also the piece of paper that you have next to you. We are streaming this. We will record this. There will be a record of this. So please do remember, you are being filmed. So if you don't want to be filmed, stay behind the camera, I guess. But you are data for us, but you're also inspiration for us in terms of what we can do in the future and now. Okay, so on the basis of that, I will invite the first panel is going to be Nina Shengelia, Paula Gori, Victoria Flofichenko, and Maya Parson. And over to you guys. Could you you have a mic? Yeah.
Should we dit zit in Silicon turned off?
Okay, we'll just speak loud.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you to you can't hear me. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for the introduction to Professor Brett, and thank you to QCL Foundation for hosting such an important summit in the world that we live in today, which is very sort of it escalates at the speed of light, and legal framework is finding it very difficult to catch up with the technological development, and often we are left confused, and often we are left sort of not knowing what to do, what to believe when we scroll online. It's really difficult these days, especially with AI-generated disinformation. It's very hard to tell the difference between what is correct and what is made up. And in light of this, we feel like having events like this, where that brings together sort of journalists, young people primarily, practitioners, people who work in policy, people from academia, is extremely important, because this is not the problem that will be sorted overnight, and this is not the problem that can be sorted by adoption of legal framework, be it Digital Services Act or AI Act. It doesn't matter, because it's still not enough. So I think ultimately we need to be looking at self-development to become more affluent online citizens, and we need to be looking at education that requires a lot of investment, and that requires sort of a wide effort from a range of stakeholders and not just one. So I think bringing together different stakeholders today is really important. It's really important to keep the conversation going. From my background, I will sort of just do a bit of introduction about myself. I'm from Tbilisi State University. I teach media law, and at the moment, as you are probably all very well aware, Georgia is in a very difficult situation, and very difficult principal situation. By European Commission, I think 2 days ago, we've been told that there is no country that has made such a backward slide in democracy as Georgia has in this short time frame. When we were awarded candidacy status in 2023, together with Ukraine and Moldova, we were celebrating, and one of the things that European Commission told us was the criteria to fulfill on Euro-Atlantic path integration was to fight disinformation. Instead of fighting disinformation, our government became disinformation machine. And at the moment, we're at the stage of facing jailed political opposition leaders for criminal charges, and activists, people I know, being in jail. So it's a very, very difficult situation. But what I'm trying to say to set the context is that this situation is exasperated by social media platforms who are not taking responsibility in that part of the world. And yeah, sorry, I don't need to shout anymore. Sorry. I mean, topic is difficult enough already, quite dramatic. So social media platforms who are not taking responsibility when it comes to platform accountability, and we see serious degree of disinformation and Russian and Chinese propaganda, which is circulating and brainwashing people. So the assumption is that young people, just because they are young and affluent, they should be able to tell the difference between what is right and what is wrong, what is correct and what is not, but that's not true. I believe that we are about to distribute Beyond Digital Natives Primer by Alex Gregg, where he discusses sort of the idea that just because someone is young doesn't mean that they have born skills to distinguish the information. So it's really important to understand that people who consume their news from platforms like TikTok, who only see sort of 90 seconds of a reel, don't understand the full context. And I think we've seen the results of this in various elections, especially across Eastern Europe, which is a very, very difficult region. So with that in light, I think it's important to keep the conversation going. And I'm extremely proud to be joined by my colleagues, my friends,
who I'm going to introduce. And our primary topics today, the first panel will talk about young people, digital citizenship and the media, and they will provide different perspectives. My colleague Victoria Davchenko is the head of Ukraine program at Cambridge University, and I believe that there is a lot to say when it comes to disinformation angle and social media platform responsibility in context of Ukraine. Because it's one thing that what is going on in actual fact, and it's another thing if you look at Telegram channels and discover that they are portraying absolutely different reality there, that people consume and believe, which is really dangerous. Paola Gori, our dear colleague from European University Institute and the Secretary General for EDMO program, and I believe that she has the position where she can sort of monitor not just the member states but also the candidacy status countries, and she sees the full picture of how disinformation is basically, you know, it's the main tool for dissolving democracies in different parts of the world and in different countries, to a different degree, of course. And Maya Klassen, who is a researcher from the University of Tartu and also representative of EDMO Estonia, Besit, is it correct pronunciation? And she will, what we're hoping to achieve here is not just the dialogue for the sake of dialogue, but the actual practicalities out of it. What can we achieve? How can young people become engaged? What can we offer them? How to facilitate these networking opportunities, etc. So I think Maya is going to focus more on practical side of EDMO work, which is extremely important and valuable. So with that in mind, I'm going to pass first of all to Paola, and yeah, we will take questions afterwards. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you so much, Nina. I will start with 2 points that you mentioned. One is a comment, one is a bridge. You were saying 90 seconds of a TikTok video. I would love to keep attention for 90 seconds. And then you mentioned Gen AI, and I think this is a nice way to start to say what we are doing at EDMO. And then I start with an example that relates to generative AI. So when we had the elections, the European Parliament elections, and also the elections before, there was a huge hype on will deep fakes now impact the elections. We saw the case of Slovakia and so on. Everybody was getting scared about deep fakes. And then we realized, yes, there were deep fakes around, but actually they weren't having an impact. What we completely disregarded is what was happening, which is that Russia was building up a lot of websites in different languages containing this information, like the Pravda network. And at the very beginning, we were thinking, what are they doing with this website? They were not so active and so on. Until the moment we realized that those websites were there actually to train the LLM models, so that the LLM then would actually, within their output, include this information. So you go to, let's say, ChatGPT, and ChatGPT is actually trained through data that it finds online. And if it gets all these websites, then of course the output is containing this information. So why am I starting with this example? Because I think it shows the importance of an organization like EDMO. We need experts in a different field, because the next step then is that then people like Maya, they have the right pedagogical tools to go then, not only to youngsters, honestly, but also to the whole society, to tell them, listen, whenever you you ask something to ChatGPT, the output will look very professional, will look very interesting, will look very true, but be aware that actually your critical skills need to say hi, so that you can, you know, verify what is coming up. And this is what we do at EDMO. We have a community of different stakeholders with different expertises. And thanks to this community that is both at EU level and at national level, we are able to monitor, as you were rightly saying. We are able to link the dots, which is very important. We are able to profit from the different expertise with neurosciences, with communication sciences, with political sciences, legal, and so on. And this is what makes us unique, because we are in a position to grasp the local context, to put it at European level, and to have a complete picture of what is going on. And this is something I repeat often, and I'm very thankful actually to be in a country like Malta, where, as you were saying, we can experiment a little. This information has no borders, there are no doubts about that. but the local context plays a fundamental role. That's why, for example, some narratives are picking up in some countries, less in others, or the messages are actually tailored to grasp on the emotions of a given country because of its tradition, because of its legal structure, because of the culture, and so on. And so what we do in EDMA is precisely that. We bring together this whole community. We make sure that the experts are in a position to, dialogue among themselves, and also we're trying to fight against speed, if you want, in the sense that these informers, they're very speedy and they're very impactful, and then to counteract this information is quite a slow process. And in having so many experts all jointly connected, we hope that we can also cope a little with that speed. So I would say is in a very nutshell what we are doing. And I wanted just to insist on one point that Nina mentioned, regulation, the regulatory framework. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the European regulatory framework, but we have the Digital Services Act, which is a regulation, which is really very key, and it is key that it is enforced in the proper way. We're still a little far from proper enforcement, but there the overall point is, and this is important to underline, it's not something that goes against freedom of expression. It's not about deleting content unless it is illegal, then of course it's another story. The point is that the platforms should on a yearly basis assess if the way they are designed or the way they function actually makes it easy for bad actors to manipulate them for bad purposes. And let's be honest, they're all designed and structured in order that this happens, because the algorithm, they will reward negative emotions like fear, like anger, and so on. And so any polarized content travels faster online than any other content. So implementing the DSA, so ensuring that this risk assessment is done properly, and then that risk mitigation measures are adopted properly, is actually very important, because it's not, so if you look at freedom of speech, it's very important, but freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom of reach or freedom of algorithms. This is another story. So,
well, the situation is such where we're finding ourselves probably in a situation where the younger generations are more inclined towards maximizing benefits in a short-term possible period, rather than adopting a careerist approach. Careerist approaches require longer-term investment in a particular workplace. And this is something that's become very different these days, right? Our parents or your grandparents would have advised us, look for job security. Who cares about job security, right? If you can make a fast buck, do it, and then the future will take care of itself. So the attitude has changed. In a way, the workers are playing the same game as the managers, because the managers and the owners, they speak about commitment and loyalty. It's usually a lot of rhetoric, right? As long as they get what they want, they don't usually invest so much in their employees anymore. It's very much now become a personal responsibility, that of training and keeping yourself employable. And so, yes, of course, certainly there are different ways in which one can confront the managerialization of the workplace.
There are barely jobs in Malta who offer like entry-level qualifications. So I am a freshly graduate myself, and I tend to apply for jobs. They usually require experience. How am I to get experience if I'm just graduated now? So can you explain that to me? Because it's very difficult to
Yes, it sounds like a vicious cycle, right? You apply, and on the job application, there's mentioned previous experience necessary. Okay, so how do I enter this game? You enter this game by taking any job that counts, my dear. Take any job that counts, even if you do it for a week. And then you can list on your CV your work. The current student generation today is one where, in most cases, students already work. Now, it could be waitressing, it could be dishwashing, who cares? You're making money, and your CV is getting richer and richer, right? And you're getting a different perspective on the world of work. So one day, when you'll be a manager, you will remember when you were a dishwasher. And that probably will help you as well to manage your employees better, right? You know about Freshers Week on campus, right? So you know about Freshers Week on campus. Everybody does. When I was a student, Freshers Week was there to make us aware of the job opportunities that were available to us when we graduate. 2, 3, 4 years down the line. Not anymore. Not anymore. Freshers Week is now done for people to actually poach you immediately to start working, even if you start your university journey.
And the week even before. I mean, in our business, for example, accounting audit. So in our business, for example, there is such a scarcity of resources that big four firms, for example,
Even before
they
people
poach
graduate from
them
high school.
as soon as they finish the O level. For example, they give them a computer, a laptop, they try to link them to their culture. So it's very difficult to compete under this point of view. I mean, it's changing a lot. And when you were saying, for example, that the employer is not ready to invest anymore, what I am seeing as an employer, and I have about 60 people working for me, and I can tell you that no matter what you do today, and it's a bit sad to say that, it's very difficult to win the loyalty of the employee, because we now understand that it is not because of us, it's because it's a cultural issue. Young generation, when you mention if you can do a quick buck, do it. They do it because they know that after that quick buck, they may find something else. Before, it was very difficult. When we started working, I remember I was fully qualified with a master, and I started working for a minimum wage, and every day I go back home and I thank God that I'm working for a minimum wage.
You're not unemployed.
You know, it's completely different. It has changed. So most probably the way how we should be winning loyalty is a different way than that of, for example, investing in training, because investing in training is not appreciated. You know?
Offering gym and offering fruit, and there are other techniques, or I wouldn't call them gimmicks, let's say techniques, to try to encourage employees to stay on. Nowadays, when you have a relatively short CV, you know, start working with X and you're still working with X. Really? What's your problem, right? Whereas in the past, if you had started working with X and then moved to Y and then to Z, etc., you have a problem. Right? So, situation has changed.
Thank you so much for this talk. I think it's really sort of something that I'm interested in, especially in small states context. In our country, in Georgia, so most of young people have got this idea into their heads that everyone wants to be a start-upper and everyone wants to make quick money. So people are really downgrading the importance of education. Like, I'm no longer young, but when I said, you know, I'm going to do PhD, they were like, oh, like, why are you going to do PhD? Just start a startup and make, you know, a lot of money. And they don't realize that 97% of startups fail. And this is all, like, they are all stuck in this tech bubble with these tech ideas that never work out. So that's one observation, that this startup bubble that I'm witnessing on a daily basis in Gen Z generation. And second of all, like what I witnessed in because I used to work for Ministry of Education, what I witnessed time and time again with people was about motivating employees was obviously, you know, all the obvious things, but it's also I'm talking about the governmental entities, not so much in private sector, but in governmental entities, it's the lack of hierarchy and like lack of promotion. That's the situation in Georgia. So I've seen someone who is doing reasonably well at the Ministry of Education, and then 7 years later, I see the same person exactly at the same position. So I would like to hear your opinion on that.
Yes, all right. Let me add a fifth element to the small state syndrome. And this has to do with the lean hierarchies, all right? In most of our small countries, where in other places hierarchies may have more rungs, more steps. In our case, they tend to be flatter, but this comes with a caveat. The people in those positions are hard to dislodge, right? So you may enter a job, you may enter a department, and you find yourself, perhaps immediately, as the deputy director, deputy manager. Wow, you know, I'm 25, I'm ambitious, you know, the future is bright, but hold on a moment. The director is 30 years old, or 35. So you spend your time waiting and hoping and having all these wild dreams about how your director is going to be hit by a bus, going to have a fatal illness, losing his job or her job, right? Because otherwise, again, flexible specialization comes to the rescue. Because if you really want to move up, you have to move sideways first. And that's the solution. That's the strategy for survival. I think we should close, right? Wrap up, because our stomachs are making noises now.
3 minutes late, so I don't know if there's another.
Final comment.
Yeah. We're going to hear from you though later, so your time is curtailed.
I wanted to just pass a comment on the retention aspect because it's something which is really interesting. So I come from the National Skills Council and we'll be hearing from me soon. There are multiple perspectives, obviously a lot of literature on what are the values of Gen Z and what are they looking for in order to build loyalty. And the comment from the gentleman struck me because it's something that we are not experiencing in the organization that we work in at the National Skills Council. Because we have found that nearly a personalized service to the respective employee, in that understanding the values of that employee, seeing to addressing them, be it through training, be it through building a culture of belonging, or the fruit at the office. Whatever it is that would tick that person's boxes, if within reasonable remit, we have quite a high retention rate amongst youth. So I'm 40 and I'm the oldest person working at the National Skills Council, apart from the chairman himself. Yeah, there's one other older person than me. So for us, these views on retention are extremely important, not only for our organization, but also because obviously we're facing this phenomenon here in Malta, where employers are investing less in their workforce because retention rates are low. And it is a vicious circle which we need to address in some way or form, because otherwise we will suffer the consequences. So I wanted to know your views, meeting so many Gen Zers at university.
Yes. Right, so one of the reasons, of course, why employers don't invest so much, it's a vicious cycle. So the employer might tell you, why would I invest in a person if that person, once I invest in him or her, goes off and sets up his or her own company, which will be in direct competition with what I'm trying to do. And we know that the history of SMEs in Malta is precisely like that. Right? People get enough knowledge, enough networks, enough contact, enough capital, social capital, enabled to risk branching out on their own, and of course, screwing the employer, their previous employer. That's number one. Number two, there is an opposite problem: presentism. So there's also research about the problems that arise when you have people who prolong their stay at the workplace, right? Because just because people stay, just because they are loyal, they are committed, so they stay and they stay and they stay a bit more, that is not necessarily a good thing, because it becomes almost like a family business, and there are entitlements and there are feelings of ownership and propriety and expectations, right? Go to Parsons, for example, which is a company that's, I'm sorry to say this, but it's true. They admitted themselves, senior management admits it. They suffer from presentism. The average length of stay of an employee at Parsons Brewery is high, it's phenomenal. Why? Because it is a family business with patriarchal value systems, right? But that has a negative effect as well. I think we should stop here and continue the conversation either over lunch or after lunch. Thank you so much, and well done, everyone.
Okay, we're going to break for about 15 minutes, okay? There might be some food downstairs.
There is.
There is? Okay, so downstairs. Those of you who have never been to the building as well, since it's not training, it's also quite fun to get to the roof, and you can get a really lovely view for that. Okay? So see you soon.
been a very, very powerful seminar, symposium, conference, summit, whatever it is so far. And I think it's now to turn to have, in a way, a fully local deep dive into the topic. Once again, continuing on the workplace, once again, continuing on the theme of multi-generationality in the workplace. In the age of AI, who we have heard now is not I at all. It's a misnomer. But our first speaker, presenter, is Christine Garcia. I've known Christine for a pretty long time now, an assiduous researcher, continuing on her journey towards a doctorate, doing research also abroad. And how much time does she have? 15 minutes. And you'll be shorter. Excellent, excellent. That's the way to go. Attention spans are short, we are told.
I will try my best to keep. Thank you, Godfrey. Much appreciated. Okay, so yes, I know it's the graveyard shift after lunch, so bear with me. Okay, so today I'm going to talk to you about curiosity. Now, anyone who knows the 3CL team knows how curious we are. And not just curious, but we're also a multi-generational team. And that is one of the topics that we're going to discuss in relation to being curious. Okay, and in fact, we've had so much interesting debate earlier on, and I did hear some observations on what different generations do or don't believe, and so on and so forth, and behave. Okay, so let's get started. Okay, again, I mentioned that I work in a very multi-generational team, and I am very lucky to have an awesome colleague.
Thank you.
His name is Jacques, as you all know. And we text quite often, right?
Yep.
Yes. And this week I was browsing through The Guardian, and I came across this article titled LOL. You all know what LOL, I hope, means. Is this the ultimate texting faux pas, and what should you use instead? So basically one of many articles spewing out, generation observations, this time in relation to, how we text. Okay, so brief show of hands. Who still uses LOL? Okay.
Is it passé? Is it passé? Is it out of fashion? Is that why you're asking?
I don't know. We'll see. I'm curious. I'm curious to know. Unfortunately, we don't have too many Gen Z here, so it's difficult to take a poll, an accurate poll. But what I did was, Jacques is very handy, and so I texted him, okay, with the link, and I asked him, illuminate me. Okay, now, I'm sure you're all familiar with the type of language that ChatGPT uses, and you can get the pun there, hopefully. Yes? Okay. And then Jacques replied, okay, I'm not going to say the first one, you all know what that means. I'm not up to date with these. I regularly use most of the text speak they described. Okay, and that they described using LOL as giving Gen Z the ick factor. Yeah? Okay, so what now? Okay, so my Gen Z colleague doesn't really fit the Gen Z story.
Sorry, I have no idea what.
Laughing my ass off. Yes. Okay, yeah, generational divide, anyone? Okay, and apparently, and I wasn't aware of this, even though I do have 4 nephews who are Gen Z, Gen Z like to use the skull in terms of, as a substitute for the smiley face. Can anyone who is Gen Z confirm this or deny this? Yes, okay, I see someone. Okay. I am still to receive a skull. I have never received one in my texts. Have you got 3? No, not yet. Okay. I'm not the only one then. Okay, so what's the point of all this? Okay, and this links in a way to what Godfrey was speaking earlier on. You mentioned prediction and efficiency, right? And that's what our brains like. Okay, from a psychological perspective, from a neuroscientific perspective, our brains like prediction. They are machines of prediction. Okay, and that's where the science of bias comes in. And due to that, our brains tend to take shortcuts, to fill in gaps in information. Okay, and why does this happen? Obviously because otherwise daily life would be impossible. We are constantly taking decisions, millions of decisions every day, small decisions, most of them automatic. And if it wasn't that way, we would literally go crazy. We wouldn't function. It's related to survival. But this, obviously, there's a trade-off in all this. Okay, that efficiency, that prediction means that we fill in stories with assumptions. We fill in the gaps to make sense of the world. Now that's what we do. Even when stories are incomplete, we fill in the gaps. Okay, so speaking to some of the discussions that we already had, and some of you also mentioned some observations in relation to different generations. As Alex pointed out earlier on, and other speakers as well, we currently have 5 generations in the workplace, soon to be 6, I would say, with Alpha joining very soon. And I need to make a confession now. Yesterday was the first time I actually used TikTok. Yes, Estrella. Yes, Alex knows I'm not a fan of social media, to put it lightly, and as you always say, you always tell me you're not on social media, Chris.
No, I mean, I found Chris when I was delivering a social media for academic researchers, and she was the only person who wasn't using social media. And then she ended up working for the 3CL, so perfect.
Life is ironic, right? Yes. Okay, so I jumped into the foray of TikTok yesterday. I used the search function for the very first time, and I said, okay, let me search for multi-generational workplace, intergenerational difference, etc., etc. And this guy really came up. Again, algorithms, so yeah. And apparently, I don't know who the guy is, but there's a lot of different reels on, and again, I admit this was quite humorous and funny, you know. I usually just the only videos I watch, suffice to say, are cats, you know, linking to what Maya mentioned earlier on, you know, everyone loves cats. And there's a lot of stereotypes out there. There's a lot of assumptions on how different generations behave, you know, their thinking style, etc., etc. And it's good to see what's out there. It's funny, yes, but obviously, again, this relates a lot to blanket assumptions. Okay, and this is where curiosity comes in. How many times have we assumed something? No, based on a couple of observations we've had. No, and then we fill in the gaps with those assumptions, with an incomplete story. And again, here the focus is on the multi-generational workplace, so the focus is on age, but obviously this relates to a bigger discussion, because obviously age is just one key factor in diversity. Again, there are many other factors that make us diverse from each other, including culture, etc., etc. There are so many different factors involved. So, different generations working with a bad co-worker. Some examples with that, and the reel goes on with the different generations. So I found this quite interesting from an anthropological perspective, I guess. So this is what the people out there are putting out. Okay. Oops, sorry, that was not intended. And these are some labels, okay, taken from a research study on generational stereotypes at work. Okay, I'm sure you're familiar with these. And Jacques told me I only have 5 minutes left.
Yeah,
more or less. That. Okay, so why is curiosity important? Again, curiosity is what McKinsey, and I really like this, McKinsey calls curiosity the engine of intentional learning. Let me repeat that, the engine of intentional learning. Okay, and I think that's a very, very beautiful way of looking at curiosity, and it gives us an indication that learning without curiosity cannot really happen. Okay, obviously we're constantly learning new things in an automatic fashion, but intentional learning requires that sense of curiosity. But curiosity is not just a sense of curiosity, it's also a skill. And it's a skill that can be learned. Now, as I said, at 3CL we are quite curious, and one of the research studies that we are working currently on started off with curiosity as well. They wanted to know what's happening at the place of work, in the workplace, and now that there is so much going on in terms of new technologies, disruptive technologies, etc., and also linking that to the different generations that we have working together. Okay, and some of the questions on our mind are the following. So how are different generations responding to these changes? How do these changes impact the way that different generations work and connect together? And what role do digital literacies play in bridging intergenerational divides? Now, I'm not going to go into the digital literacies aspect, since Alex will be discussing this during his talk. But these are just some questions, some very open-ended questions that we have, and we're exploring these. We're in the middle of the research. We're collaborating with the National Skills Council, who are here today as well, to really explore what is going on, the challenges, and what solutions can we potentially offer. Now, my call for action is to not take statements and assumptions at face value. Yes, we do observe, but that doesn't mean that all our observations are correct, and that we can generalize to a whole generation. Again, suffice to say, and this has been mentioned earlier as well by Godfrey, the importance of context. Okay, earlier on we spoke about the employment situation. Okay, it's one context having a country with a full employment. Okay, imagine the attitudes and behaviors of young and older workers in a context of full employment versus in a context where survival is key. Okay, where there aren't any jobs and you need to live hand to mouth. So context is always key, and that's something I firmly believe in. And asking questions. Okay, and this is something that we'll be doing tomorrow in tomorrow's workshop. Okay, which is called "Are We Really That Different?" Workplace Edition. We're going to have fun, so please join us. And basically, we are going to what's going to happen is we're going to work in multi-generation teams. Hopefully, we will be able to do that. And we're going to have an open dialogue and discuss and debate the different stereotypes that we have encountered, both from our own generation, but also from other generations. And the questions, and again, I will link to what Godfrey mentioned earlier. I believe you were alluding to the Bucky, what's the problem represents, the WPR method, when he said, the power dynamics involved, and oftentimes we blame the individual. But what if instead of blaming the individual, we actually blame the structures in place and the social systems in place that are allowing certain things to happen? Now, and again, the question of context. It's not just about the individual, it's about the context as well. So I will leave you with the thoughts. Thank you, and I hope you will join us tomorrow for the...
Before you relax, I have a question for you. So, in higher education, educators are usually both teaching and assessing their students, which is unique in the educational system, right? Because typically, primary, secondary, whatever, the lecturers teach, and then someone else sets a paper for which they have to sit. So how does that fact, how does that power, in a way, it's an extra power of educators, does it give them more space and discretion to arrange the classroom in such a way to make people more curious about what's going on? Classrooms haven't changed much, right? Since the day they were invented. Hundreds of years ago, they haven't changed much. But
education is very slow to change.
yes, if at all.
I
So,
think teaching
what's
should
the
be
role
a-
of teachers here to improve curiosity? I'm curious to know.
Yes, okay. So let me use my example as a trainer, okay? I mean, it's a different, I don't work in the educational system, but as a trainer and as a coach, I work in partnership with my trainees. Okay, and in fact, the first thing I say when I enter the classroom is that I'm going to learn as much from you as hopefully you will learn from me. So I think we need to rethink, obviously the educational system, but also the way we look at learning. Okay, and yes, there is the power difference. I might have more knowledge than you. Okay, in my case, I deal with adult learners, so it's different. Obviously, again, I'm not an educator in the educational system per se. But that's the approach I take when it comes to adult learning, and obviously the workplace is my context. You know, is the context I operate in. But I think it should be viewed as a give and take. And we all learn from each other, like even when there aren't, when there are power differences.
Thank you, Christine. You're reminding me of my wife. My wife is a part-time lecturer at university. She teaches in early childhood education. So she's involved with people who are training to become child carers or kindergarten teachers. So they're dealing with very young kids, okay? 8 and less. And her job is to remind her students that children learn through play. Because already it seems, once you mention kindergarten, etc., you think of school. School is about learning your numbers, learning your letters, getting disciplined, preparing for the formal curriculum. And yet, and I think you would agree with me, it's not just kids that learn through play. We all learn through play, right? So thank you for that, Christine. We move from Christine to Ruth. Ruth de Brincat joins us from the National Skills Council, a new kid on the block in the national labor policy and educational policy, if I may say so. Has left already a fairly significant... Well, okay. The National Skills Council through your help as well, I'm sure. So I'm curious to, to listen to what you have to say. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you, Chris, for starting off. This conversation. I shall be following up from where Chris left. So starting off with curiosity as a skill, and then moving on to 2 other skills which relate to the dimension of thinking, and these are creative thinking and critical thinking. Hence my title, Will Thinking Ever Become Obsolete? In the notes. So these 2 skills, creative thinking and critical thinking, have been identified by the World Economic Forum as 2 of the fastest growing skills. So that's documented. However, I believe so too, so does the National Skills Council, and it seems, even though I was not here in the room earlier, many of you are of the same opinion. However, today, since I am not a lecturer and I'm a scientist by profession, my role will be to ask questions and not to provide you with answers. So I'll go through the whole presentation, which is full of questions. I'm not expecting you to answer me back, but I'd like you to think and reflect on the questions further. This is because in today's world, it's all about instant answers. Hence why I wanted to take this angle to the presentation. And asking good questions might be one of the greatest skills that we can equip ourselves with. Mela, let's take on from where Chris left, curiosity. Curiosity is the courage to ask why But not only that, it's also about asking what if. Curiosity drives science, arts, discovery, and hopefully even leadership. But in today's world, curiosity is competing with convenience, with finding everything ready and instantly. Because we can generate anything, we can summarize anything, we can even create at certain instances anything, including visuals and film and illustrations. So here's my first question. When was the last time that you changed your mind because of something you learned online? People are thinking. I saw some hands coming up and then going down again. Curiosity in the digital age isn't about clicking more, it's about pausing more. Because if you continue clicking, you will not give yourself time to think. It's the ability to stay with the question. And my pauses are intentional. It's not because I don't know what I'm going to say next. Now, let's move on to curiosity at the workplace. How can we use this skill? We could ask ourselves how we can do something better. We could ask ourselves how we could get to our audience or our clients better. We should be asking ourselves if we are listening to all the different perspectives. Because curiosity opens doors, and then once we step in, then we'll be thinking. So now we're moving into the realm of critical thinking. And critical thinking is the skill of slowing down, which we don't often do, before we believe something, before we act, and before we share in all of this frenzy of sharing whatever we're reading and whatever we're encountering online. It's the ability to separate signal from noise and truth from persuasion. So in this digital world, critical thinking is essential because we're flooded with so much data that we actually need to think and sieve through, because otherwise we'll end up assuming a lot of things. Especially, I hope you enjoyed the previous image, because we had an interesting debate at the office as to whether I should or I should not use this, because sometimes we associate the act of slowing down with lethargy rather than with thinking. I mean, snails don't have the best of reputations, let's face it. Because sometimes we value being fast rather than being slow, and therefore the thinking process might not always be given its due relevance and its due impact. So let me put more questions over to you. When everything looks credible, how do we decide what's true? Misinformation, disinformation, checking our sources. If AI can write our emails, our reports, and even our policies, what happens to our judgment? When do we come in? So can we still think? It's affecting my thinking. In workplaces across Malta and everywhere, decisions are increasingly shaped by algorithms, as we know. Even our consumer behavior, our performance, recruitment, communications. They're all mediated with tools that we didn't actually build, but we rely on heavily. And this is something which, for example, at the National Skills Council, we discuss quite a lot, even because we do encourage the use of artificial intelligence, in particularly Gen AI, in everything, in drafting our outputs, etc. But then we question, how did you come in? What's your take on this? How did you actually mold the final output yourself? Are you simply regurgitating what this machine, this like set of electronic software, whatever it is, provided you? Are you taking it all in without really critically thinking about it? And it's not a question of being skeptical. I mean, you know that there's a lot out there, Liz, Mom, we should maybe limit the use of AI. I mean, we're not trying to be skeptical here. We're trying to be responsible, and that's different. The thing is that with information, we need to turn it into insight and data into wisdom. So my next question is, are we wise enough? Are we engaging in these processes? Or we're simply taking it all in? And now that we've questioned the world, how are we reimagining? So now we're going to do the process of creativity. So if critical thinking is our compass, creative thinking has to be our engine, driving us forward into the next new thing. AI can calculate, optimize, and predict, but it struggles with possibility and with connection. And that's where we see that we come in. Creative thinking is not only for artists. We tend to be fed that. We tend to assume that being creative includes the arts. But being creative is coming up with new possibilities. It includes businesses changing and re-engineering their processes. It includes communities thinking differently, trying to find solutions. It includes teams finding ways forwards. I came across this one is not mine. It's problem solving with soul. And that I really like that, I wanted to share it with you. So I'm going to ask you more questions.
You have to do so 1 minute.
Okay. When everything is automated, what's left for imagination? When you're at your workplace, do you have the freedom to try and fail? Creativity is about connecting ideas, emotions, and experiences into something new. Because curiosity asks questions, critical thinking tests them, and creativity answers them differently. And since I'm running out of time, I'll stop and I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. And thank you, Ruth. So the two definitive words have been curiosity and pause. I think. There's a great book called Overheating. You reminded me about it. It's by a Norwegian anthropologist. Fantastic. The way in which we have basically assumed that speed is the normal way of doing things, whereas in fact, as you said, sometimes we need to stop and think. I mean, the old adage, sleep on it, is still very, very relevant these days. And sometimes you learn that when you push the button and it's too late. The damage is done. Right, so team 2 on the same topic, more about the multi-generation workplace and AI. We are very pleased to have with us today 2 individuals who have made AI part of their mainstream activity. Mr. Jedegat, CEO and co-founder of EBO. Is that an acronym?
It is not.
EBO, EBO. Right.
Pronounced in any language.
EBO, EBO. Okay. Company delivering conversational AI solutions in certain sectors. Excellent. And with him, we have Taylor Freeman, Axon Park. So he's CEO of this company, which is actually a global virtual campus platform. So campus presumes university. Teaching?
Yes.
You do that as well. All right. Transforming education through immersive virtual reality. Okay. I'm curious. So let's start with JJ.
Hi, Alex, thank you. Firstly, just a comment about Ruth's presentation. Another book which is directly linked to the fundamental ideas behind Ruth's presentation is by Daniel Kahneman, right? Thinking Fast and Slow. I think perhaps if there's one book which talks straight into Ruth's principles, it's that. Like, Daniel is now a famous psychologist, and he has consistently argued over the last decade and a half that there are 2 systems for thinking, and we should not present them as being paradoxically opposed, but we need to have the agency and awareness on which system to invoke at which time. And yes, at times speed is good. If we are taking some unconscious decisions to get a sense of the distance between myself and Ruth, I don't want to take a while to think through that. I want a fast response, and our brain is wired to give us that. The problem is when you tap into that capability for matters which require you to sleep over such thoughts. That's where the second system comes in, which is our ability to do so and reflect, right? So if I'm in a crowded environment and I want to focus on a facial feature of one person and understand how that's changing my emotion because of that particular feature, I need time. I need to allow that to sink in, right? And I also like the metaphor of sinking in, right? That idea of depth and time. Okay, no more about books. So, right, my name is Joje. As unpronounceable as a company, I serve as CEO. So the workplaces that we work in Northern Europe are principally public health workplaces, so somewhat different from Taylor, focused on education. So we work with some of the most underpaid and overworked people on the planet, which are clinicians, right? Yesterday I was speaking at an oncology event and just listening to the psychological burden that cancer nurses go through with no support, 80 hours a week is just extraordinary. Anyhow, so the World Health Organization predicts today that by the end of this decade, we are going to have 10 million less clinicians than we need in Europe to provide basic primary healthcare services, right? This is not a gap. This is an absolute crisis. So we are involved in producing AI solutions that do just that. They bridge the gap between supply and demand. We don't produce AI to remove humanity or empathy from the provision of care. We utilize AI to bridge the gap whereby there are no humans remaining to provide that service. So we have some sectors in the UK where, for example, the emergency room is closed over the weekend because there are no physicians in attendance. It's terrible, right? So we think of AI as being that tool set which allows every nation state to flourish, to reach some degree of self-fulfillment. And I think that AI for good means focusing on one area of social welfare. In our case, it's been health, right? Taylor's case is education, and trying to understand which of those fast, repetitive processes do not need to occur through human agency. And once you've identified which those are, having an ethical framework within which an AI tool could automate that process. Right? So if I want to complete an assessment form, or if I want to report a stolen credit card, if I'm a bank customer, I don't need a human on the other side of the line, right? It's a structured process. I want efficiency. I want system one, fast completion, right? But if I am in palliative care and I'm a terminal cancer patient, then I don't want AI to provide an automated process to let me know my diagnosis, right? I want system two. I want things to sink in with human empathy. And often in these debates around AI, what we are missing is alignment. It's not whether technology is right or wrong. It is, as a society, how do we want to align the use of technology with our goals in flourishing, in our goals of development. And when we are misaligned, and I think we are misaligned as a society, right? We're misaligned in terms of the aspirations of our youth, in short-term politics, in sustainability and environmental concerns. We are misaligned in many ways, but we are certainly misaligned in not understanding deeply how technology serves rather than replaces humanity. And perhaps that's a debate which we can have today. Okay, that's the introduction. Kay, up to you.
Tough one to follow, thank you. Yeah, my name is Taylor. I'm a co-founder of a company called Axon Park, doing interactive education. And the thing that's really exciting for me today being here is to actually learn about what's going on with the youth and understand the fears and the concerns. Because for us as an education company, working with right now slightly younger audiences going down to 8 years old up to roughly 15, 16, it's incredibly important to understand the skills that are required, the fears, how to empower the younger generation for today so that they can be employable and they can feel inspired and not completely lost and discouraged by what's happening. Because I know that that's a big thing right now. People are extremely scared about what's happening with employment. I mean, I saw a chart recently basically showing from Silicon Valley Bank, they did a lot of research on basically the hype cycles that happen and then the employment rates. And the hype cycles being new technology like VR, blockchain, AI, etc. And AI was actually the one where it did diverge over time. So there is actually decreasing employment. Whereas the others kind of like there was a hype period and then it kind of leveled out. So it is real. And I think for us as a collective here thinking about what this means, I think there's, as a company, we employ people and we use a lot of AI tools in our software and our process as well. So I'm just excited to be able to think through this, to learn, to share what's working for us, what's not, what we're looking for as a company, the way we use AI, etc.
Okay, so really very complimentary presentations, I must say here. So, which actually makes my life easier because I can ask the same question to both of you. First of all, you seem to be both on the optimistic side of the fence, let's say that. So AR has this opportunity to quote you, to bridge the gap. But at the same time, it is leading to a decrease in employment. But if we have a shortage in the labor force, then it's good news, because we don't need to recruit as many workers as we think.
I mean, there will always be room for certain types of roles. I mean, right now, when we as a company, we're still hiring a bunch of people, and we are an AI company. I mean, we use AI for so many things, and we've always tried to think, okay, how can we automate certain roles? How can we optimize certain roles? But you really still need a human in the loop for a lot of things. I think the capacity of one person is tremendously extended. So for example, for marketing, yes, you have a million tools that you can use for marketing, but you still need one person to hold the container, to understand what's going on, to be that node in the company. Who knows, one day that could be automated, but I think the companies will just continue to be more and more competitive, and they'll need, like, that one person will just get stronger and stronger and stronger. And I know one thing I was, when ChatGPT came out, I was thinking, wow, there's all this automation, maybe I can start working less. I've actually started working way more because I'm just so productive. And it's like the feeling that I have of using these tools, it's having the inverse impact. So I think the way I think about it, JJ and I have talked about this in the past, is that there are so many problems in the world. There's so much pain, there's so much frustration, there's so much annoying work that we all have to do. We have a long way before we have to worry about losing our ability to solve problems and work. I mean, there's so much to go here.
Maybe I'll add a layer on to Tate's comment. So I think this is actually an opportunity. Your description of me being a technology optimist might. I think that our role as leaders in businesses, in societies, is to actually fish out opportunities. And I think the opportunity that AI presents is the rehumanization of work. Okay, let's unpack this, right? So I think ever since Karl Marx, we've had this binary understanding of what work means, right? So we've got a group of individuals with access to capital, right? They're the employers and capitalists. And of course, you've got a group of individuals which are providing labor. And our political understanding of work has not changed very much since Karl Marx's time, right? And you see that reflected in our work policies and our labor laws. Now, what has shifted in the last 10 years through the advancement of AI, which is available as a service on a tap, is that we now have solutions which are available at a marginal cost of zero, right? So this is the first time in human history where labor is almost free, where the Karl Marx paradigm no longer holds, because those with access to labor capabilities are no longer humans, right? So today, for a large amount of tasks, call center automation, bank reconciliation, like repetitive rote tasks, you no longer need human labor. Okay, so what does rehumanization of work mean? Well, as an opportunity, it allows us this moment in history to rethink what work should mean. And I think we have this unique opportunity to define work as being that which is closely related to the last slide Ruth had on screen before she left, which is that which is soulful, that which is meaningful. So we have this opportunity to elevate work, to remove tasks which are repetitive and rote and which don't lead to the Thomas Aquinas concept of human flourishing, and elevate humanity to only work on tasks that truly matter to, say, the top of Maslow's pyramid. And this is a unique moment in history which didn't exist before. So I wouldn't call myself a technology optimist, but I would say our role is to look out for opportunity. And this is one. So my fear is not job loss through artificial intelligence. I think that's a very, I would say it's an oversimplification of the economic model, and the reason for that, just to throw it in here, is that economic models are not like a fixed box, like there are only 12 types of jobs available and AI is going to take 1/3 of them, so oh, now we've got 1/3 less. No, right? Economic realities expand like gas in a room, and so as time goes by, as jobs are taken, others are created, and the net impact often is quite neutral. So no, my fear is not job loss due to AI, although I do feel that governments have a role to play in sponsoring the re-education of individuals who are challenged due to job loss, especially in later years. I think my largest fear is cognitive checkout. And I see this in my students, I see this in some individuals who work within organizations I participate in, is that because the ability to simulate answers and to autocomplete questions is so easily available at our fingertips, that we lose the discipline of curiosity, of intellectual engagement, and I fear checking out. And I would have feared this if I were, speaking with Gutenberg on my left, and rather than Taylor a few hundred years ago, and speaking about the printing press. So I fear intellectual checkout. I think that is the biggest disease in our society rather than job loss, which I think is more of a mechanistical matter which we could manage.
Interesting. You mentioned Gutenberg. I'm going to mention another revolution in the workplace that affected labor. And in a certain sense, it was also with a marginal cost of almost zero. I'm referring to slavery. So slavery was another economic concept that was the basis of empires. It flourished. It was provided even a moral architecture to make it work. And it took centuries to dismantle it, right? So, and there were winners and losers, of course. Now, I'm not sure whether it makes sense in the context of the AI revolution. Perhaps it's worth seeing whether there are parallelisms and so on. But my more concrete and mundane question would be, and following up on what you've said, this is for both of you. What kind of, you called it re-education, that's I don't like the sound of that word. Perhaps reskilling, re-ownership, making sure that workers are also involved in the productive equation, in the world of work, rather than simply being dismissed. So what kind of skills, again, connecting with Ruth before, what kind of curiosities do people, do workers, and students need to have today to remain relevant in the AI age?
I'll take the slavery one because I like the challenge.
I'll take this guys. So the word of curiosity is, for us actually, it's our primary word as a company. Like our tagline is, curiosity creates your reality. So for us, curiosity is ultimately the number one mechanism, in my opinion. And following your curiosity and fostering it and building it up as a skill, and not just thinking it's a given, but actually working to foster your curiosity. Because as JJ was saying, the marginal cost to actually start something now and to build something that would, you imagine back in the early days of technology, you'd build a whole server room, you'd need thousands and thousands of dollars of hardware, you would need all this infrastructure and knowledge to set it up. It's just unbelievable. Now with literally a snap of your fingers, you can have millions of dollars of infrastructure for free, for 50,000 active users, for as long as you could need it until you're making a ton of money and you don't care. So the ability to actually create things right now is unbelievable. It's genuinely unbelievable. So for anyone who has any entrepreneurial bone in their body, who has any desire to explore and to build something and to create something, it truly is a golden era, in my opinion, right now. And if you follow your curiosity, if you focus on a problem you want to solve, if you focus on something that inspires you, and you just continue going deeper, and every day go deeper and deeper, really genuinely, I mean, that's one of the key messages that in advance of this I was thinking to share. It's like, it really is the golden era. And to the point of cognitive checkout, I like to think of using Google Maps. So a lot of people just turn on Google Maps, they put the destination, they click go, and they check out, and they drive, and then they wake up 10 minutes later and they're there. And if you said, okay, now I'm taking this away, drive the same route, they couldn't do it. But for the people who actively pay attention, they use it as a tool to learn and to guide them. They can learn so much faster than someone who's trying to manually look at a map, etc. So for those who are trained, this is another skill I would highly encourage people to think about, is teaching people to actively use the tools in a way that they're learning from them as a co-pilot and someone that is, or something rather, that is, I'm already anthropomorphizing AI, dangerous territory, but basically as something that is there to assist the learning process. So you're extremely intentional every time that you use the tool to learn and to question the output, versus just mindlessly just putting a prompt, copying it, pasting it, forgetting to delete the part at the end that says, would you like an elaboration? People actually are doing that now. Like a conference I attended, she said that a lot of the submissions for speaking had that at the end. People just forgot to even take that out, not alone the M dash. So yeah, those are the thoughts there.
I'll take the slavery question because it's so exotic, and if we don't do exotic things here, Alex will kick me out. So I think if we had to draw a parallel to our slavery story presented, I think the biggest concern which we have in this AI revolution is the concentration of wealth and power in North America, well, presently in North America. So Okay, to understand the 20th century, you needed to understand the oil economy. Right? Understanding how fossil fuel becomes money and how that concentrates political power in the world, which leads to trade, was your most fundamental geopolitics class. To understand the stories of today, you need to understand silicon. You need to understand the semiconductor industry. And another book recommendation, which I quickly looked up on Amazon to show you the cover, there is a fantastic book, which is this, written by Chris Miller, called Chip War, which I think is the most important contemporary book on understanding the geopolitics of the present day semiconductor industry. Because what's happening in Taiwan at the moment, so Taiwan is the only country in the world which produces silicon chips, which are used in our GPUs, which are used in AI machine learning models. Whoever controls Taiwan, hence the American-Chinese tension, is going to control the arms race for the next 5 decades. That is both the weaponization of AI for military activity, but also the use of AI for economic advancement. Okay, so if to understand the 20th century, you need to understand, fossil fuel and energy, and to understand the 22nd century, you need to understand semiconductors. And what that means is that our biggest risk is similar to that which we saw in the early 1920s, which is the concentration of power in one location. I think that is one of the biggest concerns that we have, is that if you're using AI to create an mRNA vaccine to COVID, and the only individuals who will get that first are North Americans, and sub-Saharan Africa has become the medieval state we're not interested in, you are going to have a massive difference in economic growth, in health and well-being, and we're going to go back to the 15th century reality, where you're going to have an average life expectancy of 100 in North America, 90 in Europe. You're still going to have a life expectancy of 72 everywhere else in the world. So I think my biggest concern is the repetition of what we've seen in the age of slavery, which is that as humanity, we become less able to distribute the wealth and gains of artificial intelligence in a way that is equitable. Now, that doesn't mean that you don't allow some degree of capitalist activity to occur around AI chip and its development, but what it means is that the fairness of an AI-driven world, now that we have the opportunity to harness it, needs to take primary position in our concern and control of technology. And I think that is perhaps the most important learning which we have both from the fuel economy and also from slave trade. But I don't want to move to the next question before I add very brief comments around what are the skills necessary, which is the question which Taylor took. And perhaps I'd like to reflect on what I've seen in the world of healthcare over the last 6 years, which has been very, very much mediated through technology. For me, the first skill I would like to imbue, not only clinicians, but is the ability to tell a story. I mean, what AI doesn't do, AI is not a storyteller. AI cannot spin the emotions in individuals that we can when we advocate for a view on a stage, when we stand up and influence others. And telling stories, which is the fundamental tenet of communication, is something which we've lost, sadly. So I'd love to reskill people in how to tell a story, keep us spellbound, and elevate us, also something Karl Marx said about music, elevate us from the mundanity of everyday. Second skill. I'd like to talk about collaboration, because being able to work across teams, across cultures, and across industries is very human. AI cannot do that. AI is an individualistic, self-spinning, machine-learned process. Our ability as humans to draw inspiration from unrelated industries and turn that into insight and maybe entrepreneurial activity is very unique. But we lose collaboration when we frame education as being individualistic. So it's your exam and it's your result and you're uniquely individually responsible for that. So collaboration, and I think the third skill, and this really builds on what Taylor's last example was, like Google Maps one. It's not digital literacy in and of itself that we lack. I heard an earlier speaker talk about that. I believe it was Christine. I think it is awareness and mindful use as a first step. So digital literacy will help us understand concepts, right? What is misinformation, what is disinformation, and what is information, and then which of that is fact, which of that is marketing, which is an authoritative source, and so on. It will teach us many concepts which are very important, but I think the step before that is awareness. Being mindful of our use of technology allows us not to sink into a rabbit hole of time, whether that's TikTok scrolling or Google Maps, right? So we don't learn awareness by sitting in a class. We learn awareness by doing things that lead us to mindfulness. Archery, Japanese calligraphy, right? Fine point capability and the tip of a paintbrush, breathing techniques, or yoga, or whatever. But we need to imbue awareness and mindfulness as a precursor to digital literacy. Then, once we obtain digital literacy, that can really allow us to flourish through better use.
Excellent. At a certain point in time, I was wondering whether you're doing a critique of Western philosophy, because it connects very nicely with the earlier focus on speed and overheating, and the interesting distinction you started off with. I think you called it system 1, system 2.
Right.
So not everything is fast. Some things have to be slow,
Right.
as we know. So we've heard 3 proposals for skills from JJ. We've heard telling stories. Are we able to tell a good story? Collaborations. Are you able to work with others? Does your educational system teach you, help you, train you, expose you to working with others? And finally, a beautiful word, mindfulness. Do we have time for quick questions from the floor or comments? Do we?
No, I was going to ask a question.
Okay, make it short. Does he know how to keep it short? Let's see.
I'm digitally literate, I'm educated, but I'm 64 years old. Would any one of you guys give me a job in the human-centered workplace, which is dependent on AI? By the way, I teach my students how to use AI mindfully. Thank you.
Okay, hold on, don't answer yet. Please.
Thank you. I don't have a question. I would add to the list one more thing, humanity and empathy, because AI can have empathy when you talk to it like a therapy. I'm so sorry you're going through this. However, it cannot hold the hand of the terminally ill person dying in hospice, right? And doesn't have the connection, especially in this polarized world. I think humans need humans. And so, yeah, I would add humanity.
Okay, thank you. More.
We've been discussing rethinking education systems over and over again, and many agree on the how and on the content that needs replacing. However, one thing which we don't discuss as often is the metrics for assessment in this Gen AI world, noting the skills that we need to learn for a Gen AI era. How should we reframe assessment? How will we gauge the value added, the thinking skills?
Competences.
I mean, this is something I ask myself as well, but I was interested in your viewpoints as technologists.
It's a big headache in educational circles right now. Trish.
JJ, you gave a great talk to us last year at the university analysis class, and it was no disrespect to you, but when we all came out of that class, I sat around 30 students who were completely depressed because they felt that they had no future. Why am I in university? Why am I studying? AI is going to take every job that I am thinking I would do. So I'm wondering, is there too much attention on, you know, the jobs that AI can do rather than the alternative mindset of the jobs you could possibly retrain for or look as alternatives? And is that something that the education system needs to really start focusing on to alleviate this endless stress that students are having?
Good question. Anyone else?
Turning towards philosophy, thank you. I think my brain and my emotions are grappling a little bit with the underlying assumptions of this whole conversation. Ruth mentioned something in the beginning that I latched onto for quite a while. And you asked, when was the last time you changed your mind because of something you learned online? Do we learn anything not online these days? I realize I'm at risk asking that question in a room half full of educators, but isn't that where we're at? Isn't this what the digital, the artificial intelligence is about, or what are we about as a society?
Excellent. So I hope we are following the advice we just heard recently. Don't look for the good answers, look for the great questions. And you had a few really great questions. Who would like to start?
I'll go with the first one. Thank you.
This is your winding
Yep. So
speech.
I'd like to start off with your comment about empathy. So I often think about this question, should AI have values? Right? So I think values are intrinsically a human capability, right? They are theological in the sense that you have to have a subjective understanding of what matters to you to then develop values. If we had to, however, talk about empathy translated into technology, I would say probably the word would be transparency. And I think that needs to be inbuilt in the AI systems we bring into the world. So by that I mean, firstly, an AI system should not try to impersonate a human. But if I am an AI tool and I'm serving you, I should not have a human identity, and that should already alert you as an end user, or a word usually associated with drug users, but that you are dealing with an AI tool. I think another part of the value of transparency is that the AI tool is clear about how it reached a decision that is ultimately interpretable. So the ethics of AI and translating empathy into code, codifying empathy, means that as humans we need to be able to understand why an AI system has led to a particular decision, like I'm rejecting your loan if I'm a bank, or I think this is this type of cancer if I'm doing radiology. And often that black box is preventing that interpretability and explainability. So I think if we had to project the human value of empathy into code, that looks more like the transparency by which humans can understand the role that AI is playing to reach decisions. And I'd probably add one other explainer to that, which is when AI is fed in the machine learning process, known as how AI learns, information which is biased, it's garbage in, bias out. And so I think explainability and transparency mean that we also learn to understand how the AI that is decisioning for us has been itself taught. And at the minute we jump that step and we just deploy systems in the world and they're doing maybe an HR function of culling CVs to reduce the amount of labor our HR executives do, but we don't understand why or how it has been trained to reach that. So I think AI does not have values, but I think that we need to mirror our humanity and the values we hold important to us onto the tools which we bring into the world, because they are a human tool, just like anything else. Okay. Really super quick question about reflection on the roots question. I only last one to you, it was too complex and the education system changed, so use the one first. Roots question was how do we assess or how do we register whether we are developing the right skills. I'm not sure I've got a full answer to that route, but I think what we're lacking, at least in tertiary education, is encouraging our students to use AI in the work which they do. But, in parallel to that, I think they need to be maintaining some form of AI log mindfully. By which I mean, if you are submitting a doctoral thesis, and for that doctoral thesis you use ChatGPT, I would expect that in your log you are maintaining, firstly, which model did I use? Did I use Anthropic, Claude, or did I use OpenAI's ChatGPT? Which version gave you the best results? V4, V5, deep thinking? What prompts did you give the AI tool, and which of them led to terrible outcomes, and which of them led to positive outcomes? And why is that negative and that positive? Why did you reject that? How many hallucinations did you come across whilst you were working, right? So maintaining mindfully an AI log goes back to the assessment of the skills we need. Why? Because that's what critical thinking is about, right? Critical thinking is not taking at face value the AI output to be correct, but digesting it, letting that sink in, and rejecting some of it and accepting other. So what we're failing as a very tactical trick is attaching the mindfulness of the use of AI through some type of AI register, log, or notebook, which gets presented as a mandatory function together with the dissertation or whatever one is writing. And the more you do that, the more you practice the art of mindfulness. Right? So I think that is probably one quick fix that we could use to bring more cognitive attention to the use of AI, either in the workplace or in education. Right. Difficult one for Tay.
I mean, it is something we think about a lot, to be honest, and there are a lot of competing definitions around, or interpretations of the purpose of education. And if we really use, say, like a first principles approach of why are we even educating people? And again, there are a lot of lenses to look through, but one common lens would be the economic lens, right? So people should grow up to be functioning, contributing members of society. They should be able to contribute, have a positive impact, be able to sustain life for themselves and for their families, be able to contribute back to society in a positive way, in a way that creates progress. So then we say, okay, what's required to do that? And to JJ's point earlier, I think looking at how people work together, how they collaborate. So there's kind of, again, this is sort of a controversial term of hard skills and soft skills, right? So you have hard skills of, can this person produce this thing? Can they sit down, can they produce something that is then useful to someone? And of course, we all know different people, when they sit down to do a task, different outputs come out of varying quality, of varying creativity, etc. But can they actually do the thing? Can they produce the thing? The second increasingly important element is, how can they do that together? Can they effectively work together to do that? And a lot of people are just one-person armies. They just show up, they do their thing, they're freelance, they just work for themselves, they build their own thing, and they do that. That's awesome, that's great for them. But a lot of people need to know how to work with teams. So I was looking up here, I wasn't just texting in front, I was looking up some of these key archetypes just to remember. So this is something we like to think about as a company as well. As, like, in society, we have these core archetypes. In stories, we have these core archetypes. We have the caregiver, we have the rebel, we have the creator, right? We have these archetypes of people, and we're all probably falling in various buckets of these archetypes as people. And I think society over time has had these sort of core archetypes that evolve into doing different things, producing different widgets over time, and that we will continue to have a space for these archetypes. So really, I think the education system has historically been very rigid and structured, because it's had to be, because you have one teacher for 20 students, and it's impossible to provide that real nuanced one-on-one connection. I think AI can get us a lot closer to providing that more personalized connection. I don't think it's going to replace educators at all, but I think it can get us a little closer to discovering the unique genius in people, fostering that creativity and that curiosity in them around that, and kind of giving them small wins. I think is another huge thing for education, just small wins. Like, wow, I did this thing. I can kind of stand on my own 2 feet. They're like, Mom, Dad, look what I did. This is so cool. They're like, friends, look what I did. And just give these small wins that are tangible wins. And yeah, again, my macro thesis for what's happening in the world is people are going to be so empowered to do whatever they want, to have access to any knowledge that they want, any type of resource or information that they want. Obviously, depending a lot on your background and upbringing, of course, there's huge disparity, but increasingly in the world, people will have more and more access through digital information, digital tools, and yeah, the skills that are the most important are just how to actually produce things of value and work well with people, in my opinion, and how to have a good moral, ethical framework to do that in a way that's contributing positively.
And we failed to answer Alex's question
I was
whether
going
he
to
is
remind you about it.
whether he is employable.
Yes.
And I think the answer to Alex's quip is also an answer to your question, and apologies for depressing all those students.
No, the lecture was great, but I'm a Gen Xer, so when I sit with all Gen Zers and they're reflecting on a class or a series of classes that they've attended over a week, not just you, but other classes, and there is a general sense among Gen Z
Yes.
that why am I here? What is the point?
Okay, and here's the answer, and it's also the answer as to why Alex is employable. So this comes with a short story though, so you must allow this 60 seconds of reflection, right? So I remember Alex as an accountant, and then as a CEO of a recruitment company, and then as a strategist.
It's
and
failed,
then,
by the way, the recruitment company, because none of us wanted to recruit people.
and then as a journalist, and there are so many different things. But if you had to cut through the last 30 years of been knowing Alex, I think there's one word which defines that, right? And that's adaptability. And that's the answer to the question you pose, in the sense that we, unfortunately, think of the purpose of education to be the machine production of individuals into jobs. But the purpose of education should be to allow us to focus on adaptability and lifelong learning and critical thinking and cognitive flexibility. That is why the answer to the students who are depressed is not will these jobs be available versus these which will be created, but to say the reason why we are here together, crushing our ideas, is because lifelong learning is a civic duty today more than ever. And the reason why you are in an educational institution, because you are learning how to learn. And you're going to need to reinvent yourself every 3 years, as Alex did. So if we lived in medieval times, I'd be a farmer. My kids would be farmers, their kids would be farmers, and their kids would be farmers. I don't know what I'm going to be doing in 2 years' time. So the ability to be cognitively flexible, to reinvent yourself every 2 to 3 years is critical. So non-traditional education means I'm not going to teach you to do a job, but you're going to learn how to learn. And that's the most important skill that we will impart to you, because that emphasizes the human edge. That's the key.
Sounds positively Darwinian to me. Right? It's not the strongest, it's not the biggest who survive, but those who adapt.
Right.
And
That's it.
the situations change, but certain things don't change.
I'm a living embodiment of it.
That's why you're not a fossil. Please join me in thanking JJ and Taylor.
I'm aware of the fact, if you guys want to stand up for a while and just sit down again, because I don't know, my back is aching, but if you want to stand up, sit down, or whatever it is you want to do, because I need
There's so many.
you don't have a break.
I know, it's only common
Shani? Do you want to have a break? Shall we have a 5-minute break, guys? Yeah? Yeah, and bio breaks and things like that, and we start, okay? 5 minutes, 10 minutes max. Yeah.
Inti, that J, please. Okay, mela, meta tista, please come back. Thank you. All right, ciao.
You know what? There's water.
There's water outside.
There's water outside, guys.
You want another glass? Because I'm waiting it for myself.
I need to go.
You're going?
Yes, because I have a meeting. This is that's
You know what the water is?